Bakery Training Seminar. Today, my name is Angela. I am the Western Sales Manager, which is the range that we supply to bakeries. Today, we are featuring bakery shortening and volume max. We are going to be using these two products as substitute for pastry margarine. So the bakery shortening and volume max will be demonstrated and used as application in place of pastry margarine, and we'll also be using volume max in place of cake margarine. You know, we had some misuse, some situations, you'll have out of stock situations. So this today's session will be to help you in case of anything with short stock, CGA short stock, you short stock, you have something to keep continuity in your business. Today our presenter and our trainer is Garvin Luces. He will be taking us through the lineup, our applications, and it's basically standard recipes, which you of course will need to be tweaked according to how your product, your final product is. So flakier, more dense accordingly. So that is how we'll be going today. So I'll take you over to Garvin. He will give you the products and the recipes going along the way. Yeah?
Yes, hello and good morning each and everyone, and hello to those that are on stream live and media live, wherever you are. Hello, hello, and warm welcome. Here on behalf of CGA, again, my name is Garvin Luces, and I'll be your instructor for the day. Today we will be doing your puff pastry dough with Volumax and your bake right shortening. I know some of you all who are here, well, you are accustomed, you know, it's not strange faces. You know, I'm glad that I see, you know, warm faces again in the, as I said, the audience here. This is no strange thing to you all, but again, you know, CGA just wants to enforce, you know, the availability, the option of using, in case your cake margarine or certain products, they run short, you have the option of using your bake right shortening and your Volumax. You know, we try to combine the both to see, you know, the results. And we have tried it again, before, and we are doing it again. And we do get excellent results, you know, with the products, because the products are really super products, you know, those who use it. And again, you know, those who are here, you know, you can train your staff, you know, let them see that it's not only shortening for maybe just shortbreads alone, you know, you can use it for cakes also, right? So let's all start. Again, as we go along, you will get the recipes. You know, the recipes also will be posted. It's basic. So what I did to speed up the process is I weighed the flour and all the ingredients here. Now this is just a mixture, a puff pastry mixture, just flour, salt, sugar. And here we have the laminating fat, which is a percentage of Volumax, equal amounts, Volumax and shortening. We're going to combine together to make the dough. So out of this pastry dough, the puff pastry dough, this is where you would get your pies. Let's say your jam tarts, your beef pies, your chicken pies, you know, your pastries that you will normally produce in your bakery. So we are going to start. As I said, I speed up the process. I have everything weighed out here, the flour with the ingredients, the salt, and the sugar. We have your water here, and your laminating fat. So we're about to start, so let's go. I know that they need to. We'll add the water, the hook first. Add your water. we start to mix. So what we are doing is just mixing our dough. After the dough comes together, we try to develop the gluten in the flour. After it comes together, we'll put it on the counter, and we will add the Volumax and shortening, the laminating butter. Now we all know that when making puff pastry, CGA sells the puff pastry margarine. But this is just an option in the event that there's a shortage of the puff pastry margarine. I don't know if maybe some of you all in the audience here have tried it before, and maybe you can give me a feedback on some of the results and how it came out. Now what happens is that, what happens is that the trick in doing this is to make sure that the dough and your laminating fat is almost the same texture. Because if your laminating fat is too soft, what is going to happen when you start to roll and fold your puff pastry, you'll find the margarine is oozing out, and it's going to be very messy. So we stop, change the speed. If you all could take away this. Too much noise. Normally, it's like normal mixing, 2 minutes and slow, 2 to 3 minutes and slow, and then you put it on a medium speed for about 5 minutes to get the gluten development in the dough. Now this is puff pastry dough. There are different types of pastry. There's the flaky pastry. That also is a different type of pastry. The flaky pastry is where you'll have, if you want a really nice flaky pastry, what you will do before you add your laminating fat, what you have to do is have something like a short crust. You crumble some of the butter, like the short crust pastry. You crumble it, you put it on the table, then you roll and you laminate, and you'll get something like a flaky pastry. Really, really nice. But this is puff pastry. Check the texture of the dough. Still fine, it's a little stiff. I didn't add all the water, maybe about 1/4 cup of water again. I left back. So the 5 pounds of flour, I used 3 pounds of water. And we'll see how this dough looks at the end of it. just trying to contain my mixer because I don't know if the surface here is not flat enough. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to have here is just a little bit of flour for really dusting. Okay, so the dough is ready. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the dough and place it on the counter, where we're going to add our laminating fat. Now this is our dough. I don't know if maybe some of you all want to feel the dough. Pass it around and squeeze it and feel it. So you can feel the dough. Now it's important that when you're mixing pastry, you use cold water, because what happens is that in the mixing process, there is a friction factor. You don't want to overmix your dough. The dough becomes warm, and when time to laminate, you find the dough and the laminating fat is two different temperatures. So it's important that you mix your dough with cold water because of a friction factor. Anything that rubs together is energy, creates heat. So you want your dough as cool as possible. So we're going to lightly flour over the surface. Give it a slight roll. Some people have different ways of rolling and folding their puff pastry. I like to roll a rectangle. Right, so this is our dough. We're going to use Volumax. Let's get a knife here. And shortening together. You could use Volumax alone, but I combine the two.
So you never tried putting items in like a small and mix them too?
No. Once the dough, the fat is the same temperature, room temperature, even though it's two different consistency, once it's the same temperature, it will hold in the dough. Let's see. What some people do is that they will take the fat, put it in the mixer, mix it, because sometimes the fat that they have lumps in it. And that has no problem to do with you. Sometimes it's because maybe the cooling process, the maturing process of that fat is what gives you the lump. Some people, what they do, they put it in the freezer. And then they take it out and they have a kind of brittle. What I have noticed, my experience, you have something brittle. The fat is brittle. I don't know what happens in the freezer. So that's why they mix it over. And what happens is that when they mix, some people mix it with a percentage of flour to get it like a block. And then they roll. So it's much easier to handle. So let's say that you're taking out like a margarine itself or butter. Some people add flour to it to get a block. And then it's more manageable for them. Okay, so what I do, this is how I do it. Some people do it like this, an envelope fold. That's how I do it. A little flour for sprinkling. Now, this is not no secret here. We roll and fold. Some people, it's very messy. They try not to get it very messy. You have fat kicking up together with the flour, and the rolling pin itself is very dirty. That is because it's too soft. The dough temperature, it's too hot. So you cannot manage it.
So the 2 blocks that you put on top, it was the bake right separate from the Volumax, or it was mixed already?
No, it was separate. So I took bake right and I put Volumax together. Puff pastry today. Yes. No, pastry, margarine, which they sell, we don't have that, but that's what the bakeries normally buy. So when they don't have pastry, margarine, you cannot allow your business to fall flat. So we have an option which you use the bake right and the Volumax to give you your puff pastry.
What's the portion?
The portions? With the portions, when you make, to 5 pounds of flour, we use 3 pounds of fat.
Right.
Okay, fat meaning that half and half.
Yeah. Because I found when I use the bake right, it runs.
It runs.
Yeah, and I found it was difficult and they didn't have the same quality of puff or things, so I wanted to understand. So there's something I was doing wrong in making for the max and bake right.
If you notice, they do. It's not bursting, coming through. I try to avoid that. As I said, when in some bakeries, you have the whole table just like it's flakes. And that's because the flour is going into the margarine is going into the flour and creating something like a short crust kind of a crumble. Right? So we try to, what happens is the temperature We always have to look at temperature. It's very important. Now I know in your bakery, maybe some of you all have the laminating machines to give you that because you deal with volumes. But when I started making pastry, this was my laminating machine. So, and what it is that I do have a machine now, but before, just recently I got one. I encourage people to do it by hand. In the event that your machine breaks down and you cannot get the part or the person to fix your machine. So it's good to make it by hand. All right. So what we have also, we have bubbles in the dough while rolling and folding. And what happens is that you need to take maybe a little knife and just pierce and take out the bubble, because this is what will happen. It will burst. So you try to take out the bubbles of it. And we brush. It's not that cool, but the trick is to have all the material, the ingredients, same temperature. So this is our first roll and fold. What we're going to do, we're going to give it 2 roll and fold, let it rest for a while in the chiller. And we're going to take it out maybe after, I would give it at least, normally it's at least 45 minutes before you roll it again. But what I will do, I will watch the time and we will roll again, right? So this is how it looks. If you notice, not all this is a flour that have the place. Because I mean, this might come with time for some people, eh? But I don't like to be working and only seeing flour all over now. Sometimes when, at the end of the day, you sweep, you get a lot of flour on the floor, right? A lot of flour. Now you must allow the dough to relax, because what is going to happen every time you roll and you fold, the dough gets tight. So you need to allow it to rest, relax. It's like you running a marathon. You run after the first 5 minutes, you are blowing. So you need to take it down, where you can build up your speed. Okay, knife. These are the little bubbles I'm talking about. Just to prevent it from really bursting. But some people, when it bursts, right where it bursts, they try to put a lot of flour and roll that inside so it doesn't mess the table. No, this is what happens really in bakeries, you know? And sometimes they say, but how my pastry coming out hard? Too much flour here, that's rolling in to the dough, because what happens is that you will get a biscuit instead of a pastry after it bakes. Now, this may look like a lot of work, a lot of pressure, but pastry making is an art. It's an art, because sometimes some people come and they say, but this, it's tight, they can't roll it. It is an art. This is an art. And we don't roll the pastry like it's roti, right? I don't know if you all understand what it is. It's too different. Some people, what they do in the bakery, they roll pastry. Anytime you have a worker and they are rolling pastry, no, that's not how you make pastry. Anytime you see people doing that, what you are doing, you are destroying the layering of fat and you are creating a biscuit dough. So there's a way you have to be gentle and allow the to roll.
So, Mr. Garvin,
Question, yes?
what you just described here, is there any way possible that somebody who doing it with the machine could be doing that, rolling it too hard or too tight?
Okay, what happens with the machine? If you have a new machine, fairly new machine, and it's working good, no problem. But most of the times, bakeries have machines that people do, they just pull. They don't really watch the numbers. They just say, by experience teach me, by the thickness, I roll and fold. So some people are squashing, they try to push this dough over the machine with the rollers, and you actually see the rollers squeezing the dough and the dough coming up like that, bursting. I don't know if you all experience that in bakeries. They try to take this dough and pass it through, crush it through a small space like that.
You have to go down gradually.
You have to go down gradually, but some people, it's workers. And if you don't supervise them, the product is going to come out, you know, terrible. Sometimes we have good recipes, but the problem is the employee. No supervision. So you will see a little bit of the flour here. I mean the margarine on the table. So what we're going to do, we're going to let this rest for a while. So this is 2 roll and folds. So we're going to put this to rest in the chiller for a while. Flour your surface and put this to rest. All right, my plastic bag. Put it in a tray, you cover it with a piece of plastic, put it in the chiller for around 45 minutes, then you give it 2 more roll and folds. You let it rest for about 45 minutes and then make your pies.
Why are you covering it with the plastic?
Why? Because you don't want to dry out in the chiller. Because what will happen is that because you are laminating, it's thin layers you are rolling, you are getting.
So you can just put a baking sheet like that on top of it?
You could, but the better thing, air still goes in. So what you'll have is at the edges will be cracked. And because of when it starts to layer and it is exposed to the coldness in the chiller or the freezer, what will happen here will start to break. So when you roll out your pastry, you'll get patches of like a puzzle. When you roll your dough, you'll see patches of laminated fat, what happens is that if you don't have the butter, the laminated fat and the dough at the same temperature, when you start to roll now, you'll find that the butter or the laminated fat goes one way and the dough goes one way, so it separates. And when you fold now, your pastry would not look smooth. You'll get patches of fat. So you cover it and you place it in the chiller for at least 45 minutes. Yeah, more or less so. Could have been the dough could have been a little more colder. But I am satisfied still. It will work. So I'm going to put it in the, sorry, excuse me, in the chiller or the freezer. Yes. Excuse me, let me go around. So I'm just going to clean up my area here now. And what we're going to do the cake using Volumax. Okay? Normally we use cake margarine or margarine to make cakes. But in the event that we don't have, there's a shortage, and CGA is selling Volumax and shortening, you have an option. Instead of running in the supermarket and buying those little blocks, because it all happens to us at some point in time. Buying the small blocks, but those are not designed for making cake. And then we have other brands on the market that they say it's cake margarine, but it is very difficult to work with. It's very difficult. If we are doing croissants? No, not today. Question? No?
So, I understand that you can use the same pastry margarine, same paper margarine in the croissants. Do you croissants?
Yes, we use the same puff pastry margarine in croissants. Now, the difference between the croissant and the puff is the yeast.
Yes.
Right? The yeast makes the difference. The yeast, you will get croissants and Danish. When you're making your Danish, the recipe is similar to the croissant. It's just in your Danish, you may add eggs or milk to it. In your Danish pastry. But the croissant, you don't need that for croissant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to just the same approach if I need to use like a different butter. My apologies, Sally. I just wanted if you need to use a different butter in the mix, like a cake margarine in the mix, or if your croissants needed a little more fat.
Okay, once you're starting a dough from scratch, you could take a small percentage of the laminating fat, add it to your dough, mix it, and after you have your dough, then you use your laminating fat. If you're making it from scratch, first dough. Normally what people do is that the ends of the pastry has a certain amount of fat in it, which we call it the rework. So you add a percentage of the rework in place of that fat to the dough and you mix it in.
Right.
It's kind of like you're mixing bread and the excess you have, you just add to mix.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. So because the rework has a percentage of fat in it also. So if you're making it from scratch, you need to add, you could add. It's not necessary that you add. Remember the laying, after rolling and folding, you will see at the end of the quality of the pastry. Just let me clean up here for a while and then we will start our cake. You throw it away? Yes. Normally I don't do that in my bakery. What I do, I put it in a bowl and I get a sifter and I sift it and I use back the flour for dusting. Those that you clean there, that is what I will do. I will normally put it in a bowl and sift it over and use the flour for that. And the hard pieces, I'll put it aside. But the ones that fall on the floor is definitely for the garbage. Definitely for the garbage. Okay, so, yes.
Was the bake right at room temperature or was it cool?
No, what happens is that those products, they're really designed for bakery.
Yeah.
So they will stay in a cool place in the bakery, not by the oven.
Yeah, obviously.
Right? If you put it by the oven, well, the oven is hot, but it's really designed for the bakery environment. So you will be able to use it. Now, when you're making cakes with it, you want to make sure that you have a soft fat butter. You don't want it to damage the ball whisk or whatever, the paddle, and be crushing it. It takes a while to break down. It will take a while to break down to get soft. And what you want is a margarine that is soft or a butter that's soft that could really blend together with your sugar. So that's what you're looking at. But those products, I know that the puff pastry margarine is designed. If you do an experiment with the puff pastry margarine and you take it and you have it and you roll it in your hand, it's like a plasticine, and it is designed for laminating. You cannot do that with Volumax, neither the shortening. You cannot do that. Your whole hand will be messy. So this is why temperature is very important when combined, when using the two, the Volumax and the Bakelite, in trying to achieve your puff pastry. The temperature is very important. It cannot be too soft.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the issue we found.
And what you'll be just adding flour, and rolling flour into your dough.
Yeah.
And then you see about the pastry and coming out with the pastry and how it's coming out. So it's because it's too much of flour you're adding because it's messy on your table.
Yeah. But I found that the puff pastry, I found that if you try to mix it in, like if you mix in the dough and you use the puff pastry, I don't find it comes out. Like I would use a piece of Volumax in that versus the puff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's good to experiment with the products so that whenever you're in a situation, you will know what to do. You don't want to be, watch my business after closed down because I'm not getting things. And what happens is that though there may be other brands on the market, you still want to try to use what we have because of the relationship we have with the company also. You have to know how diverse the products is that CGA has. I have been using them for the Masterline product for years. And I know some of you all could. And they are good. They are good. I'm not saying that they don't have maybe products that are superior, but anything superior, sometimes it costs a little more. The superior. No, you go ahead and ask as much questions as you want.
I'm not sure if the formulation for the pastry stays the same. Now, the Volumax is standard because I use the Volumax in bread all the time, right? But for the pastry, because sometimes you find that your pastry, what I would call over puffing, right? And you're kind of wondering, well, what has changed? So is it that if the formulation has changed at the level of CG, the water dynamics, is it that you'll let us know? Because sometimes you just find there's a difference. You batch 1 to batch 2, and you're using the same product, same recipe, same temperature.
Same temperature, good question. There is a lot of factors sometimes that affects your batches. Sometimes early in the morning, if you mix bread, you get a good bread. But as the mixer starts to get hot during the day, you'll get a different bread. Because temperature, the yeast starts to raise everything. You get a different bread because the mixer itself is hot. Same thing if you're mixing cake. Sometimes we cream. And after, when by the time you make your third batch, you find the mixer have a little heat temperature, but you are not seeing it. So these things also affects your products, right? It affects your products. So I take CGA word for it that they are consistent, right? Because it's a big company they have, and everything should be running automated. And you shouldn't get variation too much. Well, you shouldn't get variation in their product because they are supposed to have quality control in place, right? So if a batch is not good and they test it, well, maybe they need to discard it and try something else again. But in the event you notice something, you as the baker or the owner must have the experience also to make this thing work. You cannot allow, from the time you mix a batch and you find the batch is looking different, you need to check it. Because sometimes I myself question, I wonder if they have changed the formula in certain things. And I have to go back through my process again to see. Question is?
I cannot test CGA almost if you said something overpopping suggests something has entered into your scenario. For example, if you mix a yeast dough before you mix the puff pastry dough, and there's a little bit of yeast inside of the bowl, if that could end up in your formulation, then you don't have a puff pastry dough, you have a butter bread dough that you're puffing.
Yeah.
So it will be over puffing, and you would not have accounted for the little bit of yeast that is left there. So sometimes the easiest thing is to blame everybody else, but you have to look at your process, especially when you're using the same formulation, using the same products. It's hardly the ingredients themselves. That what he said is true. In our bakery at Chimuk, advertising. At our bakery, we start early in the morning, and we discovered that some of the water lines, when they stay overnight, they are close to the ovens and they get heated, and you get pongs of hot water. So we have to intentionally dump that set of water because it has an effect on your formulation. We use ice in our doughs.
Yeah, me too.
And from those, this is my mixer here, this Cindy here. Sometimes when you detect, okay, something is running away, we need more ice. Even though that's not the formulation, so you pull back on your water and you add more ice. But it's not strictly scientific, but you have a sense, okay, something is going wrong. Yeah. So that overpuffing, that happens to veterans all the time. You make some miscalculation, or you don't account for something in the process, and it messes up your formula. And you tend to think, okay, somebody changed something, but no, it is something in your process has gone wrong.
What happens is that we all know how yeast works. Sometimes 2 or 3 grains of yeast can make a big difference in your dough, because yeast is a living organism. It multiplies and multiplies and multiplies through temperature, food, and over time. So there is, because what happens is that I don't know, for those who do bread on a large scale, you would notice from time to time, sometimes your loaf has a hole inside, and you slice the loaf, you see a cavity. And that is because of yeast trapped maybe in a piece of fat or a hard piece of dough. And when your dough is prepared, you mold your dough and you put it to raise, and you put it in the oven. That 2 or 3 grains of yeast starts to explode and you get that cavity. So there's a way in which you mix your dough to avoid that. So we are going to make the cake. So this here, it's a pound cake again. 2 pounds of sugar, 2 pounds of volume max. And we're going to cream this. You know, you're going to get a recipe somehow. You're going to cream this, and we're going to add our eggs to do our sponge. Now, there are different types of sponge cakes. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4 method. I don't know if you all do use that in your bakery. Anybody? No? Okay, and then there's the pong recipe, and then we have the sponge recipe, which is just maybe the sponge like what they used to make Swiss rolls. So it's different recipes. But I found that this one, it's more buttery, and it holds and it lasts. It stands up. And from this, you can get a lot of variation by adding fruit to it. Whatever you want, if it's your chocolate chips, and you can get variation from this one. Because what happens, the lighter the sponge, sometimes the fruit or whatever you're adding to it, it sinks. The jelly, whatever you're adding to it, it sinks to the bottom, and you don't want to get that. You don't want that. So I use the pong recipe to make cakes. If I'm making a plain sponge, I will use the 1, 2, 3, 4 method cake. It's a lighter sponge. I don't know if you all know the 1, 2, 3, 4 method. Right? Okay. But also, you know what I mean, there's the blender cake too. Put everything in a blender and you blend it up, and you pour it in the pan and you stick it. It's what works for your people, your clients. Because a sponge cake in Trinidad is different to a sponge cake in Tobago or parts of the. Some people like it a little more stiff, some people like it a little more heavy. It all depends on what your customer likes. And you cannot give your customer what they don't like. Because I can tell you, from my experience, our culture, we like what we like. Fancy stuff, they're in a minority. People, they love their currant rolls, they love their beef pies, they love their coconut drops. They love their cheese pie. These are basic things that when you make fancy things with custards and fruit, we are not accustomed to that culture. So you find those things are very slow in moving. And if you are a business person, I always say go with the majority and not the minority if you want to make money. If you want to stay in business, go with the majority. Because they look fancy, they look nice all over social media. Wow, you have to be in a busy, high place. People have a lot of money to spend where you can push out those stuff. Because remember, it costs more to produce these products, these fine pastries with creams and all these things. It costs more. And based on your business and based on the economy, whatever, you need to produce something for your people. That's how it is. Unless maybe you have a business in London on the street where maybe 1 million people pass every day, you could make those things. Okay, so we are going to make our sponge right now. Feel free to ask questions as we go along. So what we're going to do is cream our fat and sugar together. All right. And making cake again, it's an art, it's a process. There's the slow on the mixer, there's speed 1, speed 2, and speed 3. So what happens is that some people try to start in the 3rd gear. I don't know if they think that they would speed up the process. You cannot drive a car in 3rd gear. You need to start from 1st, 2nd, 3rd. That's how it's designed. Same thing with the mixer. What will happen? I'm just giving you these few tips. Is that sometimes our workers we have in our bakery, they start the mixer and they change the gears without stopping the mixer first, and they mash up the gears in the mixer and they say, well, the mixer is not working. So have cameras because these things are very expensive to maintain. Hello. No. There are mixers that if you put the time in, if it's digital, yes. That's if you have digital. Yes, but sometimes these mixers where you mix cake, you need to monitor. Yes, you need to monitor. Right? You could have it on your bread, your big dough mixers. But the small mixers where you make your cakes and stuff, you need to monitor. Now what I find in creaming the Volumax and using the Volumax and sugar, I find you get a really nice white, fluffy texture from the Volumax. You all will see. And when that cake comes out, wow, it's like truly a sponge. So it's creaming right now. After, what we will do is just add eggs a little at a time, if it's 2 or 3 at a time. But I know if you have big batches, you normally add, if it's 1/3 of the eggs, then you add the next 1/3, and then you add the last. Only Volumax. Volumax and sugar. So we are creaming right now, the process. Any questions? In general, okay. No, take advantage, yes. Puff versus flaky. Two different types of pastry, right? Every pastry has its unique, how to say, its unique form. Puff is one that puffs up. The beauty in puff pastry is the layering. Flaky pastry is the flakes. Now, I got to ask you, how you make flaky pastry? Okay, so how do you do that? How do you make your pastry?
Step one, we prepare the dough, right?
How do you prepare your dough?
So we have a formula
You
that
don't want to know the formula, just want to know the method. Yeah.
right. So we mix a portion of the volume max into the dough. We mix it cool, and then we put it on the table.
How do you do it? With a mixer?
Yeah. Sorry.
So is it a crumbling effect first?
Yeah, kind of crumbly. Yeah.
Okay, so what some people do, if you want a flaky pastry, what I have found, my experience, they use the short crust method.
No. Yes. Oh. Okay. That's what you're talking about. No. We do a little bit of crumbling of the fat in the dough first.
Okay.
Yes, but not a large amount.
Okay.
And then we mix it. But the dough of itself is a shaggy dough.
Okay.
So that is not. You see how this one was very smooth? It's not that smooth. We mix
Okay.
it because we don't want too much of the gluten forming.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I have found experience is that if you want a really nice flaky product, you start off by applying the short crust method first, get that crumble effect, make your dough, and then when your dough is prepared, you add your laminating butter, and you will really get a nice flaky crumbling pastry, right? Rich pastry. But puff pastry is not like that. Puff pastry is layering. That's what you make your bouchées, your cream horns with. You know, the layering is the beauty of it. The layering.
I still get the layering.
Okay.
Yeah. Because of the way I was watching your lamination is similar, but sometimes you use the book fool as well.
All right.
So
Some people, use the book pole.
Yeah.
It's different. What some people do, they divide the laminated margarine into 3 parts. So when they roll the first roll, they add second roll, they add the next portion of the laminating part. Third roll, they add the next portion of the laminating part. That's what some people do.
I don't do that.
Some people have different process.
Yeah.
But I try to keep it simple. Try not to confuse and try not to have the person preparing it give them too much.
Yeah.
Because people who prepare it are normally simple people. And you try to show them simple things. The reason why is that it doesn't matter who comes. You should, your recipe and your method should be so easy if it's 4 steps that anyone can do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You try not to complicate it. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and that's it.
Yeah.
Try not to complicate your method because you will run into problems. Because what will happen once you complicate your process and you now have someone you're paying to do that process, you are now at their mercy.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I say keep your process as simple as you can. Simple steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, simple. So it doesn't matter who comes, they can follow these basic steps. Okay, so we are creaming here. We're going to add some eggs to it right now. Stop. The reason why I stopped the mixer is because that people, while mixing, they add eggs and then the mixer is dirty. The table is dirty. The employee is dirty. And what happens is that the mixture sometimes, the mixture, your liquid, goes into the machine. And when you look at your batter, you see how to say, a dirty kind of color seeps from the mixer. Everything you do in baking takes time. takes time. It is formulas. It's not I add a little bit in this and I add a little bit in that. For consistency, you follow the recipe and the formula. Don't just add a little bit and add a little bit and expect it to get the same result over and over. Unless you are programmed like a robot and you have it, yeah. Also, what happens in your creaming method, if you are creaming your butter and sugar, there's also a friction factor with the bowl. So sometimes people they make cake and you see a dough line, a heavy dough line, either over mixing with dough starts to get hot. Some people in that stage, they take a bowl of ice, they put it below the dough to get back some form of them trying to save the batter. But you know, you don't want to have it comes like, you know, you put a timer, but the workers go there and they're talking all over the place. They're not focused on their task. We have to be real. This is what happens in our establishment. Now, this session is not designed really for home. It's commercial, it's for people in the industry. So when I say the workers, and you know what I mean, you all will understand what I'm talking about. These products, you will not get them in the supermarket. It's designed for commercial use. You're hearing the mixer coming in through the eggs. Some people add all the eggs at one time, and they cost long product. Process. Because what happens, you need to incorporate as much air as you can in your mixer. And sometimes what happens, if you don't weigh your eggs and stuff by pounds, what you will find, there are different size of eggs. So your batter could end up being have a little more water, a little more runny than some batters. Yes. Now this recipe that I'm using here, I am using high gluten flour. Yeah, shocking, eh? Some people use baker's flour or all-purpose flour. They use cake flour. I can say for me, I try to use one flour for all. Yes. You'll see the texture. You can use baker's flour also, but I try not to, try to have flour for this flour unless it's a specific product that is on a demand. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, every establishment is different. Yes. Process, recipe, yes, we would see. What? Cracker. For cricks, no, I don't make biscuits, so I really see. I'm not saying that they don't have, but they could have. There are different types of flours in the market, right? It all depends on what you are making. Some products require high protein content. Some products like bread, I would use the high because what I look for shelf life. I look for good structure of a loaf, right? So I would use high quality ingredients. High quality ingredients, proper method gives you an extended shelf life. The less, if you use poor quality ingredients, what would you expect? You get a product that is not superior to others, it would not stand. Now, it's when you put the products side by side, then you will know the quality.
So
You'll
do
be
you
able to
ever
see.
make biscuit cakes?
Yes, we do make, but I use one flour to make biscuit cakes. Biscuit cake. One flour.
Same.
Same flour. Pastry, cakes, everything. Same flour. The little container that you have there, same flour. There's no difference. It's one flour throughout. Again, I try not to complicate things. I try not to complicate things. Keep it simple. I'll turn up the speed a little bit. All right. Speed 3. This is the proper way in doing things. Now what I do from time to time, I just tilt the bowl a little to ensure that the bottom, the sugar and butter is creaming properly. Some people just leave it like that, and after when you scoop, you get sugar and butter at the bottom, and then you make your cake, and when you bake your cake and you see your loaf, you see on top of the loaf, you see where the sugar and the butter haven't dissolved, and it's different. It looks soggy. Okay, I stop because I believe it could still do it 1 or 2 more eggs. Let's add our eggs and we start the mix again. Okay. What I do have here is our flour for our cake. Again, what some people do, they sift 3 times flour. I try not to complicate my process. You empty the flour in your bin, scoop it out, add it to your cake. The only reason I would sift is because if I'm adding cocoa to it. Some people, or if you have wavers or lumps, that's why some people sift. But I try not to complicate my process. Where I store my flour is an air-conditioned place. Try to control that because in flour, there's always eggs present, which the eyes cannot see. And through time and temperature, you see they hatch out, those little eggs. And that's what we have. And in the attempt trying to save the flour, we sift. It happens in bakeries because the bakery is a hot place. What I'm telling you is experience, what I have noticed. And not only in a lot of establishments. Add 1 more egg. The recipe had called for 8 eggs, as I said. All depends on the size of your eggs, unless you weigh it by the pound. Again, what you're looking for, it's a pound cake we are doing. That same cake mixture here, you could add your lemon zest or your orange zest to it, add orange juice to it, and you get your orange loaf, sponge loaf. And when it comes out of the oven, you baste it with your orange syrup to get that orange cake you're looking for, or lemon, whatever. So this cake will work. Once your things are tasting good, Return business. Remember that? Yes, my dear. Okay. Too much. I don't know if you all want to come and see the batter. It's up to you all to see how the texture of the batter. Huh? They want to see the cake. You can see the batter, the texture of the. And this is volume max you're seeing here. Right? Oh, you want to? No, you can take. This is volume max. It is not cake margarine. No, cake margarine is designed for cakes. That's why it's called cake margarine. This is just an option. So what we're going to do at this stage, we're going to add our flour, some milk, some vanilla essence. Now the flour that I'm adding here, it already has the raisin agent, which is baking powder inside of it. So I'm not going to wait, again, to speed up time. I know that sessions like these, sometimes people start to lose interest after a certain time. So I'm trying to speed up time so I can still have your interest. Okay, so this is the flour. This is 4 pounds. 4 pounds. So we're going to add some flour. Baking powder is inside together with salt. You'll get the recipes. All right. Let's ask Hannah, she will just send it out. Now when we start to add flour, we put it on the speed 1. A whole wheat cake? Yes. Oh my, I never heard about a whole wheat cake, yes?
True.
No.
Yes.
We add a little bit. No, what happens is that whole wheat is kind of tricky. Because what happens is that people like the idea of eating something healthy. And I always say, whole wheat pastry, something is wrong with that. Because the amount of fat goes into that. I don't know what people are trying to, it's a mind thing. Yeah, well then you could eat a coconut drop. If you want, if you want more fiber in your body. But it's something in the mind. I don't know what it is. I understand, but then no, you get it. No. You're getting more fiber in your diet, yes. But what about cholesterol? Because the percentage of fat. No, we produce things for people. So in the minds of the people, they think that it's more healthier, they have a healthier choice. By all means, you go ahead and make your whole wheat cake or your whole wheat currant roll. By all means. But me, as a baker, I can tell you, I try not to go that way. I go with the majority and not the minority. Because what I found is that people who buy whole wheat currant, they wouldn't come and buy 12 or 15. They'll buy 1. So we're adding some more flour to this mixture. Now, trick again. We use high gluten flour, high protein flour for our cakes. If you're making cakes, it's important that you don't overmix. Because what you'll be doing, you'll be developing the gluten in the flour and you'll get a bake instead of a cake. So there's an art in doing it. So that is what you need to follow, because sometimes you just leave that there and you mix it and you mix it and thinking that you're doing something well. No, no, it's not like that. You incorporate, you mix, you add little by little until you're through. Same thing that if you're making certain products, for example, a coconut drop. Some people make a coconut drop and it's smooth on top. That's because they have developed the gluten in the dough. A coconut drop is a shortbread recipe, short, crumble. If you're not getting that, it means that you're over mixing your dough. You can see it. Again, people make things to suit their clients. There's something, I went to Barbados, and there's something called lead pipe. I don't know if you all have ever had lead pipe. It's a Bajan product, lead pipe. It's something want to be like a biscuit cake. It tastes like something like a biscuit cake, but it's more hard and stiff. Now the Bajan people, they love that. They love that. So it's like a biscuit cake, what we will call biscuit cake, but it's hard. So you will make things to suit your clients, your people. You might go there and take offense, but how this thing so hard? No, 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 no. That's how they like it. Add a little bit of vanilla into the dough. So folks, we are making our sponge. Okay, and it's important that when you're using your baking, use quality ingredients. Now there are commercial essence, the essence that they sell, which you can break down. Some people buy it and they mix it 6-to-1, 14-to-1, they put it in the supermarket and they break it down. Sometimes if you buy concentrated stuff, you just add a drop and it does well for your cakes. So we have to be mindful of this also. But how many things that take, there are certain things that are what I use bacon flavor. So you get a bacon flavor product. It could bake in the oven and we're smelling it and smelling it, you know. It's a bacon, it's designed for bacon. So sometimes they come into your place, your whole place, if it's vanilla smell or whatever, it smells like that because of the quality of your ingredients or what you choose to use. Now you have to know what works for your establishment. So here we go. A little bit of milk again.
You could just repeat what you said about the vanilla essence.
Now there are different types of essence that they sell in the market, different strengths. Now there are companies that sell pure essence. So what you need to do is what they do, if you see, okay, let's take it. The essence they sell in the supermarkets are normally like 14-to-1, meaning that if it's 1 liter of pure essence, they mix that 13 or 14 parts of liters to that 1 liter. So it breaks down the essence, the strength of the essence. Now when you use concentrated essence, sometimes it's just a teaspoon you may have to use, and you don't use all this amount of liquid, because adding too much liquid to your product, it changes the consistency, the texture of your product. Now there are different types of essence. There's the flavor one, there's the baking one. I don't know if you all know about the baking essence. You all ever use that? The flavor, the bacon flavor. Huh? They have Taste Masters. They have the other one that they have Stewart Brothers in our place here. They get essence from.
So you're referring to a specific essence that says bacon essence?
Yes, it's designed for baking. Now it may be a little more expensive, but the percentage and the flavor you will get, the aroma you'll get from bacon. Sometimes you smell that bacon from way down the road, you know. Some people bake shops, you don't smell nothing as you enter. You don't smell anything. I don't know if Slopely know about that. I'm sure he does. Yeah.
They're designed for withstanding temperature. They're not, they have some tools that are fat soluble.
Mm-hmm.
They evaporate with the water, they stain the product.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have tricks that they use to get them to stain the product rather than to all come out by through the heating process.
Yes. So you could really have a nice bake. What you want when your bakery is making the bread or the pastries, you could actually smell that from way down the road. It smells so nice. But there are some essence you can't get that from it. You cannot get that. Okay, so I am through with this cake here. It is finished. So this is our cake batter here. I don't know if maybe if you some of you will want to come and see what the batter looks like. Again, what some people do. All right. I use this method to take off a little more liquid. What I'm saying is that what some people do is that they take this and they hit it against the bowl. Throwing away all, taking out some of the air inside of the product. Are you getting a distinctive taste? Okay. So now we will put it in our pans. Still feel that my mixture needs a little more liquid. So what I'll do, I'll just add some liquid because this will take about a liter, this batter here. Mm-hmm. Yes. So now it's ready for the pan and for the oven. So let me get my pan. And we spray. What's that? I can tell you what works for me. Right? Because it's bakery, sometimes, you have to watch your ingredients. Mm-hmm. Milk, some people add orange juice, some people add whatever they add to it. Mm-hmm. But we would see when it comes out, the final product.
Okay.
Some people like full cream. Have anybody noticed how a cake looks when you use fresh cow milk? Never seen that. Never use a cake with fresh cow milk. Okay, because the amount of fat in it, I can tell you when the cake is finished, on top of the cake, you actually see it so moist. fresh cow milk. It's different. Must try it. Fresh cow milk. So we're going to use put a little bit of the butter into the oh yes. How can I make sure that you all will see the butter, how it's coming out? Okay, so what we do, that's a lot of butter, a lot of cake. I hope that you all come to eat cake today. What some people do, they knock this pan, trying to settle this cake. For those of you all who don't know the secret in this, or if you'll do it in the bakery, it's a secret. We wipe our pans from excess grease. And this is to ensure that your cake doesn't come over the pan. Because what happens if there's too much grease, the cake just rise and fall over. But if you have a line, it stays there and it just goes back into the middle. So we'll have this. The oven already is preheated. So we'll have cake number 1. Cake number 1. Again, from this cake, you can have variations. Variations. Once your oven is even, when you put your cake in the oven, you'll find the heat will start to settle. But if not, you'll find the cake tilting to one side. This will be, as it hits the heat, you'll find it gets flat. So all this, you wouldn't see this. Again, this is high gluten flour. So is what you're looking for in your products. You could use a different, some people use Baker's right through. Because Baker's is a little more cheaper. Well, I'm baking, but I don't really like the messy part of the baking, you know. I don't really like that part. Huh?
So you're just a clean, tidy baker.
I try to. I have my way in which I do things. I try to keep it as clean as I can. Again, from this, you could add, you could go wild on this cake here, this basic cake. From this, you could add any type of filling, any type of coloring to this, and get your variations. from this basic cake here. You can make a plain sponge. After it's cool, you put a glacé. You can have your parlor cake. You know, you can add apple and cinnamon on top of it for the crumble, and it bakes. You cut it in squares, put some ice and sugar. It looks really upscale. You know, it is what you want, what you're looking for your establishment. I like this style. Put it in a pan. Put your filling inside. What I found is that you can do so much with this. It looks pretty. It looks attractive with this. So at this point, you can add fruit to it on top and bacon. It looks really nice. And you cut them in squares. Really nice. More like a little coffee cake. When you come out, you can enjoy that. This. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just add some, I have some apple filling here, cinnamon, I'm going to add it, a little bit of sugar, brown sugar, because we know brown sugar have a little more flavor. And we can go wild on this, not too much, because what happens, you don't want to have too much of sugar crystals on top of your filling. You don't want to have that. When you put it on top of the cake, you don't want to have too much of sugar crystals. Let me see if I get the next. Where's my next my next. And you mix this together. So cinnamon, sugar, and apple. And you put it now over some of the cake, and you'll see when this comes out, when it bakes, how it looks. People go wild for this. I don't know what it is about apple, but you could use pineapple if you want. Mango. You can add mango on it too. I like to support local all the way. So maybe this is something maybe you could try. And you put that in the oven too also. And we bake. Okay, one more pan. Let's have a little bit of mixture here. Let me see. Did I bring a next pan? Let me see what I can get here. Pan. Ah. Hope it's Pyrex. May not be too large. Now if you have a loaf tin, you could use your loaf tin. Again, there's a little bit of mixture that is in this bowl. By this time, you could incorporate whatever you want to this mixture, whether it be fruit, chocolate chips, cookies. You get your variation. You could have a cookie and cream, so you have cookies inside. There's one time a woman wanted a currant roll cake. She wanted me to make that for her. And I had to make a batter like this and bake my currant roll and cut them up in small pieces and add it to the cake. And it baked and it came out really light. And the customer enjoyed that. So you could have variations on whatever you want. Currant roll cake. It depends on your creativity, what you want to do. You could go wild. You could use mango. You could use mammy apple. You could use any type of fruit into this. Get a bowl here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add some fruit to this. As I said, for those of us who were here before, as I said, in the last session that we had, what we did is that we add raisins to our fruit, our product. And what happens is that because it's dried raisins, you get the dried raisins, sometimes, most of the times, it takes away the moisture from your product. So it's always good to soak your raisins before and then add it to your product to avoid, because you don't want to make something and by the next day you see the product stale. It's not that it's stale, it's just that the raisins and fruits and stuff absorb a percentage of the water. So you get a product that seems like the day after it is not fresh, but it is fresh. Okay, so palm spray. Now you could use any kind of spray you want, grease to grease up. But we look for thyme, now you're putting some chocolate chips on this, and when it's finished, you will let me know, based on the texture of the batter, all the chocolate chips have sunk to the bottom. Because sometimes you make a product and it sinks, all the fruits, everything sinks to the bottom of the product. Okay, so we put this in the oven to bake at 350. The time, let's see the time. Baking time would be, let's see, 25. Bake here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to wash up. Now I'm going to roll the pastry out first, then I'm going to wash up. And then we'll come back, let the pastry rest for a while again, and then we're going to roll it out. I hope that we have enough time. I think we will have enough time. So we're going to roll out our pastry that was resting in the chiller, I should say, for a while. Get our pastry. Feeling really chill and nice. Sprinkle some flour on the surface. This is our dough. Now, what some people do is that in bakeries we make a lot of dough, big doughs. So you have people, they hold the dough and they stretch it, which is not good. The proper way, so put your hands and lift the dough up. Because what you're doing, you're bursting the layers. You're stretching your pastry. So you try to avoid that. See here? What happens sometimes when you get a lot of cracks like these in the pastry, when you have air getting in. So what happens, the whole line cracks. And when you roll now, you're seeing the pastry with cracks on it. That's when you just cover it with a tray and leave it there. So you try to avoid that. So now we roll again, give it a now, this here is a hard piece of Volumax. So we're not throwing that. We're going to put it back into the dough. Some flour on top. Pastry is flour, baking is flour. And like I said, if it is that the margarine or the fat that you're using too soft, you'll have a lot of problems with the dough. What I want you all to know that also, this is Volumax and shortening. So what you're looking for in terms of the dough, you would not get it perfect like if you're using pastry margarine. We have to understand that also. It's two different. Again, this is just an option. So when we give it a last roll and fold, we'll leave it to rest for a while again, and then we'll be able to make our pies, whatever. Okay, so one more roll and fold. But We don't make pastry today for today. We don't do that. When you're a bakery owner, you make your pastry today for tomorrow. So you let it chill properly, relax properly, and then you'll be able to roll and get your good pies. Anytime you have a lot of butter on the counter surface, it means that it's too soft. The butter is too soft. And it's too messy. Okay, so more or less this is ready to go back in the chiller. Okay. So this has to rest for a while again. Okay, my resting container. So this is our puff pastry dough. So let it rest for a while, and then we will start to roll out and make our pies. Okay. Now this is the best part of the session, the cleaning up and washing. Like in every establishment, which nobody likes to. So at this time, if you all have any questions or you'd like to maybe visit the washroom, it's up to you. Yes, my dear. Question.
Hello. I'm saying so far so good. I'm still at the the high gluten flour for everything.
You still?
I'm still there because
Okay.
that's not my experience. But
No, you have to know what works for you. Eh?
yeah.
I'm not telling you won't change your flour, your supplier, or whatever.
Yeah.
What I can tell you, experiment with a little at a time, little bit, and see what
Yeah.
suits you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm now getting into croissants. I've been working out what flour I want to use, so I would take my time.
Okay, so
The flat is a pastry butter fat, and I could experiment with the bake right. He's convinced me. I wasn't touching that before.
okay, so it's wash up time. So at this time, if you all just want to take a slight little break, visit the washroom, it's up to you. Because it's wash up time and we await the cake. The cake is in our oven. how it looks when it's cut. So what we're going to do, we're going to roll it out now and prepare to make whatever little pies we need to do. Again, when we are rolling our pastry is art, and we have to love what we do. Gentle rolls with a little pressure. What some people do, they abuse the dough. They abuse the pastry dough, and that is where the problem is. Again, when I started off early, people use that same dough after it's prepared, and they abuse it by, like they are making sada roti or dal puri roti. So what will you get in the end? Sometimes the dough comes out of the chiller next day, because you always prepare dough today for tomorrow. What the employee does, they take the rolling pin and they abuse. So what you are doing, you are squashing the flour, the fat into the flour, and when you finish bake, you get a biscuit product, like a crisp finish. You don't want to get that. You don't want to achieve that. So you have to take your time. Leave the dough, the longer it rests in the chiller is the better the dough is. It's more relaxed. So we're doing some rolling. We're rolling it out now to prepare our pies. Because there's flour on the table, you'll find when you roll, the dough itself moves. You always try to have control over the dough by putting the dough right below, where you can handle it, where you can be on top of the dough. Because if you have the dough, it's far apart, it puts more strain on your back, and you wouldn't get a proper roll from here. So you want to make sure that you are in control, where you can roll the dough properly. Because of time, as I said, the dough needs to rest a little more, but it will still come out good. The ideal situation is to prepare your dough today, put it in the chiller overnight, and in the morning, roll it out.
Do you find there's a major difference between the dough sheeter and the hand roll?
Yes, what happens is that the sheeter is supposed to give you one level, one thickness or thinness, whereas the rolling pin, you put pressure in many different spots, trying to achieve, that thickness that you're looking for. What's that? Which? No, well, all depends on your volume. If you're doing things commercially, to have it by rolling pin, it'll take a lot from you. It'll take a lot from you. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to feel like you come out of the gym, you're tired. Mm-hmm.
Recently, somebody asked him, how much is it going to be? I said, well, every hour is about $100. So, if you have a lot of patience, it takes a long time, it will cost that. And so she came, and she was worried about the price. I said, don't worry about the price. I said, the girls that working for me, they have a lot of experience, so they'll run through that in no time. And she said that when she saw the machine in action, she felt like a cave woman because of how she would, for hours laboring, doing that. That is, if you go in a fancy restaurant and you see that as impressive, but if you want to produce consistency and quality, you can't do it like that again.
You need to invest.
Yeah. And what I told, and she, she immediately went and bought a machine because it wastes, is a lot of time wasting. It's good to learn the skill in case the machine breaks down, but you can't beat that machine. That is just beyond that. It's like,
50 pies, 100 pies by hand, it's okay. But when you have, let's say, it's 700, 1,200 pies or more, it's impossible to do that by hand.
You could cancel your gym membership.
Yes. What I find is that when you do it by the machine, there's less wastage because the machine will roll it to a certain thickness, and it will ensure that every piece would be even, same size, every piece that they cut out. But if you're rolling it by hand, yes, it has to finish, but the majority of the work is done with the machine. Yeah, I use machine.
He has the skill.
But always operating the machine, they have to learn how to use it by rolling pin first.
Yeah, sure.
The pastry. It's to ensure you have a job. So you have to learn.
So, I know what you mean. 25 pounds of flour by hand. So, I know. I did it.
If you're doing things like hand, you have no life. That's bakery life. Yeah. You have no life. And life just can't only be bakery. Life must have a balance.
Right.
When you go home, you can't cook food, you're no good. So the machinery helps. Okay. So what we do, after you roll the dough, you relax the dough. Because every time you roll out the dough comes back in. What some people, they roll out the dough and then they cut. So while they cut, you find the squares or the circles, they shrink. And when you put them to bake, they even shrink more. Because you need to relax your dough to ensure that the dough is relaxed and it maintains its size, its form. Still find this is a little thick, so I'm going to roll it out a little more. See how it pulls back? What you want is your dough to move on the table. That's how you'll know if it relaxes. When it moves on the table. We're going to try it like this. Again, this is fresh dough. The ideal situation is to prepare it the day before. So now this is your basic dough, and you could use and make anything you want with this dough. Cut them in squares and triangles and circles. This is good, but sometimes you don't get a straight line. Because sometimes when you pull the wheels are like that. Because if you look at the wheels, while pulling it, it moves. So I recommend if you are making squares, is that you get a ruler, a plastic ruler, together with a pizza cutter, and it's much better. The line is better. But this, I bought this and I wouldn't buy one again. I wouldn't buy one again.
At the top table, so you have some customized ones.
You see? And watch what happened. So I had to go back here, customize, and this is why I don't like this. But again, we are not checking lines, we are checking the quality of the pastry. Look at my pizza cutter. With the ruler, it's better. Well, at the end of the day, what we do with this, we could either use this back into bread, the rework, or into a pastry. We don't throw away anything in the bakery.
No.
Because you would be throwing away your profit. So here we have some squares. I'm gonna make whatever we have. We'll make some of our jam, because everybody loves a jam tart. Everybody loves jam tarts.
So you base it before?
Huh?
You base it before?
No, I don't base pastry. Well, base the seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I will normally do is spray it and then fold it. So when we leave this after we make it, we will let it rest for a little while in the chiller and then bake it. You know, some people, what they will do, they'll have a brush and they will brush it. Because to me, when you have a lot of pastry to make, you use a bottle with water. And this is how we make your things in the bakery. It's not hard, very simple. Put it in the tray. Give it a light. Even though it has a lot of fat, it do has a lot of fat in it, I still prefer to give the baking sheet a light grease. That's butter max. Again, when placing pastry on tray, you must give enough room for heat to really pass through the tray when it starts to bake. Also, what we do, we give it a little snip on top so that the air could come through, so that the pastry doesn't burst the sides and the filling comes out. Because when the hot steam, when it's in the oven, the steam inside wants to come out.
I found that that's happened sometimes with the sausage roll. You get more material.
The
Itself with the top of soaking the sausage, but to the skin.
what happens is the sausages, if you boil a sausage, you realize it starts to swell.
Yeah.
And that is what happens with the pastry. You find after a while, the pastry expands, and then you get a cavity, the sausage is small like that.
Yeah.
So what I normally would do is I would give it a slack roll, right? And give it just a little space just to expand. So I don't really lose that, have a big cavity and then you see a small sausage like that. But again, is what we're using things for commercial. When things are on the supermarket, sausages are really made for hot dogs. But sausage rolls, if you want a good, so you use a good sausage, but we don't do that because it's expensive. Because a sausage to me shouldn't expand like that. So use some apple here. Again. Ooh.
What should you do if you're using like when I make sausage roll and you're making like a sauce? You're making like a sauce, like a mixture of mustard, barbecue sauce. I think that
Some people do that.
what could happen to the dough?
All right. A sausage roll.
You make the sauce and you dip the sausage roll, the sausage
You are looking for
into it.
extra flavor from that sausage roll. But if you buy a really good a sausage with a smoke flavor, you wouldn't study the mustard and the ketchup and all these things. Try it. Just buy a good smoked sausage, not those kind of cheap sausages you have. Use a good sausage so you can actually taste the flavor of the meat itself, and you will get a good sausage roll. And all these sort of mustard and barbecue sauce and all these things, you are looking for more flavor, but a good sausage roll when you eat is, I always tell people, taste is salt and sugar. Flavor is the herbs. What you're looking for? Taste and flavor, but more so taste. Because something can be well flavorful but no taste. So if you have a good tasting sausage, it's a plus for your sausage roll. I don't know if you understand.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm trying to figure out is if those sauces could be doing anything to your dough.
What it does, what I notice is that they burn on the tray. They ooze. I don't know if you see that. If anybody else makes sausage roll, it runs out on the tray because those things don't really have I would say like maybe enough cornstarch or things to really hold it. It's not really baking. It wasn't designed really for baking. So some people have a wetty sausage with all this kind of sauce and then they put it and they roll it and expect. What happens? Too much moisture creates too much steam inside. So your pastry have a chance of exploding also, tearing. Right?
That's the answer I was looking for.
That's the answer you're looking for. Yes. So, where are we now? Yes. No, but you have to know what works for your establishment. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I forgot the cake here. Oh gosh. Off. Temperature. 1 minute here, big. Button 4. Right. So we're going to use some apple here. We'll make some meat pies. What we sell in our bakeries. And you could use any type of filling that you want, yeah? Again, I always like to make stuff, but I really don't like my hands to be too dirty, too sticky. Ah boy, somebody had a nice lunch. Well, we'll have some of these for dessert. Again, the pastry is a little too, not only too thick, it's tight, it needs to rest a little more. Rest some more. We're trying to finish it within the time given. What we're doing, we'll see the quality of the pastry, as I said, the quality of it. So we'll roll out this piece here now and maybe make some meat pies with it. Where's my scraper? Ooh, time boy. what they're really looking for is the layering in the pastry. If you come, well, want to come, so you'll see the lines. It's like a book, and that's what they really want to achieve. Like pages from a book. So this is what happens when you do it by hand. Normally passing it through the sheeter, you'll get it even. So the dough is tighter. Needs a little more time to relax, but we will work it. You all notice anything with the dough? The volume max? You all notice anything with the dough? From using the volume max and the shortener and stuff? Notice anything? No, from the dough here. White, okay, color. Anything else? You're looking tired? No. If you notice, I'm rolling out the dough, and the dough is not really sticking to the counter. So it means that the butter and the flour is at the same temperature. We are working together. You don't have all this set of flour or, stuff, butter on the table. So it's not to say that you cannot, the dough is, the volume max might be too soft and it's messy. No. It's just like when you're using the puff pastry margarine. You're not getting any as the same stuff, residue, heavy residue.
I was expecting that earlier on, but I saw that it was not problem.
Yeah.
Serious point.
Yeah. Why?
Why is it not sticking? Because it is so
The temperature. The temperature. Just the little chill in the coldness, everything becomes one now. It's not as messy as people would think, that if I have to try it, working in a hot kitchen, I take it out of the box, it's soft, no. It's not as messy. So it is workable. And some people do not want to go that route is because they find it's too messy, it's too sticky, a lot of flour you have to add. No.
Does the volume max come with a conditioner?
The volume max? No. It goes, no, this volume max was taken out how much, 2 days ago from air condition. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to add, when you mix your dough, the volume max one way and the dough going the other way. If you look at the dough, you're not seeing any separation to say of the.
That is amazing that it's not.
Yeah, you're not seeing the separation. The only reason why the dough seems to be pulling back, it needs more resting time. That's when it needs more resting time. So the longer it rests, the more relaxed the dough will become. Tell it's like running a marathon.
But the dough that you use, you had said that you had used 5 pounds of flour and you had put aside 60% water.
Yeah.
But did you use all of the water in it?
All of the water.
So you used 60%?
Yes, all. Because of the flour, the high gluten flour.
All right.
It will take more water. It could have taken a little more water, but I didn't want to have the dough too soft that it's not workable.
Yeah.
Now, to me, I find that by rolling out the dough, this one seems to be rolling out better than the first set because it's more relaxed. So the more it's relaxed, the better. The dough will be able to roll and you'll get the thickness that you're looking for. And if you look closely, you would see the lines of the layering here. The layering, if you come closely, you see the lines. It's like a book. So you know that there's layers of pastry. When it starts to bake, all this is going to lift. You see the lines here? See the lines in the pastry. So every line you see is a layer of dough, a layer of fat, a layer of dough, a layer of fat. When it's baked, we'll see. And if you notice, the rolling pin itself is not sticky. So give it a little relax. The meat's still a little thick. Again, there are other brands of margarines on the market. I urge you all to explore the ones that you have like this one here. Because you're seeing it, it's working. You don't know how the other brands are working. You're seeing this. Because I have used some other things and I'm telling you, no. Yeah, it's very messy. Sometimes a person who sells you something doesn't know how the product works. They just sell you the products. I can tell you, you've seen how this product works. It's not messy. You know, it's easy. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to make our traditional pies. We have the mini pies, which I hardly make because to me it's a waste. It's wastage. When we take a cutter and we cut and make pies like that wastes a lot of dough. So I choose to cut it in squares and get my even squares and maximize and have less wastage. When we have the traditional pie circle, 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 you waste a lot of dough when you make the pastry. So I try to avoid that, a lot of wastage. I try to avoid that. So cut them in squares and you'll be fine. Like what I did for the tarts there, you'll be fine if you cut them in squares. But you all understand what I'm talking about? Yeah. Right? And what some people do with those, they rework. They will either make currant roll with it or make a sausage roll with it, try to incorporate it back. But if you really want a good product, you know what I mean, no wastage, maximize on your profit, you cut them in squares. Whatever you do. Because it's squares, you can make triangles, you can make envelopes, you can make all different types of shapes you want. So you don't have to throw away your profit in the garbage. That's important. So let me see, get a little cutter. If they have a cutter here, cutter here, cutter. Cutter, cutter, cutter. No cutter. No cutter. I'm looking for a cutter. We don't have a cutter here. Cutter, cutter. In the wares. Oh, yes. When I say a cutter, normally we have a pastry cutter. We cut in circle. What some people do, is that when they make pies, you must have two cutters, a small and a big. Meaning that when you have the same size and the pie bakes, it shrinks. So we have one just slightly bigger that when you put the filling in, it's easy to cover down. I don't know if you all understand what I'm talking about. Because normally when you put your filling, it raises the pastry. I know you try to squeeze it down. So we try to avoid it. Let's see if we have something a little bigger here. Right, so you have something. So what I'm saying is that when you have something like two shapes, then you are able to take your filling. You're able to take your filling, put it in the middle like that, and put this one on top, so it fits. Perfect. So when it starts to bake now, you won't get that pastry just falling over and bursting. You have enough air, enough room for it. That's little tricks that little things that you learn as you go along. And this is the wastage I'm talking about. So what some people do, they use that for currants roll, sausage roll, they roll it back. But I wouldn't use it because I want to see puff pastry. The beauty in puff pastry is the layering in the pastry. The beauty in flaky pastry is the flakiness and the crumb in the pastry. So out of the same thing, you could cut it thick, put two slices, and you could get the boucher cup. This is all the wastage. If we don't throw away this, we add this back into the bread because this have a lot of fat in it. So what we do, we line them up, we spray them, we add our meat filling, and people don't understand how expensive these things is to make. So when it's small, you see that too small for $5. It's too small. But look at the amount of wastage that you're having with it. Well, if you go in the airport, you might pay about $36 or one. So you all understand what I'm talking about with the two sizes? So it all spreads. Okay. Master line, what you doing, man? I guess if you're having it for containers, you do them like that. But I would normally take the ends of the pastry sometimes and make this. So we're going to put some in the oven and we're going to see how they're going to come out. Yeah? Now what some people do is that they egg wash it, milk wash it. Okay. No, well, once your pastry have enough sugar in it, I mean, a jam tart don't really need an egg wash. No, a little water is good for your pastry. The steam helps in the oven. It helps the pastry, giving it an extra lift. Also recommend that when you have your jam tart, you give it a little slit for air to escape. So we put this in the oven. This should take about maybe 25-30 minutes. Hopefully max at 400. And we'll make some more. Again. Now I just use this, as I said, because I don't have a pastry cutter, but we have to know how to improvise. Enough? Sufficient? You know, making those beef pies just a small amount. You just use. What some people do with the ends, they add currant state and they roll it out and they cut it like circles and it's a biscuit. Simple. Sprinkle sugar. We do not waste in bakery. We do not waste. Because you will be throwing away your profits. And we all know how expensive the raw material is. If your wastage in your bakery is more than 10%, you have a lot. You have a lot of wastage. Wastage should be below 10%. From your bread, that is, I wouldn't say it's stale. Sometimes people don't like to celebrate that it's 3 days old. Right? Because we have a concept, we want fresh bread. So some people, they wouldn't celebrate that it's 3 days old. But you take the bread, you either make bread pudding, breadcrumbs, you use it back, you toast it, you do something to get back some form of money from that. Yes. So, we're moving along again. It's 5, 11, 12, 21. Now, one of the reasons why, as I said, you cut a larger portion, think about it. You want when someone buys a pie, they can actually taste that is a meat pie, whether it's beef, chicken, whatever. When you put a little bit of meat like this, and you're telling me $5 for this, I would have a problem paying for it because I have options to buy something. So this is why you try to make sure that you have enough, because you will have the bigger piece to fit on top. Some people, what they do, they take a fork and they press the ends. See, me, I just put it and just press it lightly because I want to see the layering in the pastry, the puff, the airiness in the pastry. A short-crust pastry could use the fork and it'll just be short and flaky. It wouldn't really have that lift. But we are looking for the lift in the puff pastry. Four. Okay, people. What looks this looking? Those I need.
Is there a light in this one?
A light. Let's see. It's raising. So the pastry is raising. All right, people. So we wait now for the finish, the baking of these products. It's baking. It's coming along nicely. And we all prepare our pies and we can freeze them. So what we're going to do now, we're going to clean up and we're going to start to watch the quality of the, we're going to cut it. We're going to see when the pastry come out and you will be able to tell me what are your thoughts. But you have to work with the product to get what you want. Again, I just gave a recipe. You have your own recipe. It's you to add how much butter your custom, how much fat your custom add into your product. So we leave this to rest for a little while in the chiller there until that set is finished. Questions, people? Questions. Soon we'll cut those cakes. No, you can ask me questions, man. Right. All these things here. As I said, cleaning up best time. Then we're going to take a look at the products. Then you can ask Hannah questions about your products. One of the questions would be if we have a good supply of products. My question to Hannah would be, Hannah, at certain times of the year, you know, I'm sure that you all close the factory, maybe shut down the factory temporary for maintenance, you know. I would like to know, you know, what time so I can order that I will have a sufficient stock so I don't have to be scampering. I know every year, every company does maintenance on their machinery, right? So if it is that we would have sufficient stock that we could carry us through, and it always happens like around that Christmas time when people are really busy, you know, making all those cakes and goodies. So we want to know that if you all are ready for us. Bakers?
Well, most times when we know we're going to do any maintenance and plant maintenance and stuff like that, we ensure that there's stock and supply to ensure everybody has stock. Of course, you know, we have these, just like every business, random shutdowns, problems with equipment and machinery. So hence the reason some of these sessions is there for, so even if we have any of those random shutdowns where we cannot facilitate with one product, we are doing these so we can have product that could substitute and for business continuity.
That'd be good. Because, you know, we have to be wise when we are doing our stuff. We know that the end coming, there's a lot more business, a lot more happiness in the air. I mean, from the point of people are closing up the area, a lot of companies have staff parties, they buy a little extra, they have people entertaining persons home by them at their home. So if we know that our consumption is, let's say 20 for the month, 20 if it's margarine or whatever, we can have that order inside so we could rally through the season instead of just going headless and calling this bakery. I could get a case of pastry, I could get a case of Volumax, you know, and saying that one is my friend, and let me see if they have it. You know when? So
Garvin, like a peep?
you can peep, yes, you can peep.
No, like a peep, I mean.
Peep.
That situation.
No, well, I have an idea how this thing really runs because, you know, every year at Christmas time coming on, there's always a problem for minced beef. Every year. How do I fix that? I buy extra freezer and buy about 500 pounds on it, and I have it there. So I wouldn't get caught up because from $25 per pound, it goes up to like $35. So I need to put something in place for that because there's a lot of pastels making, a lot of functions with mincemeat, lasagna, everything on the menu. So we have to be a little wise to put certain things in place that we do not, because it will cost us.
Exactly.
It will cost us. We stock up on certain things. That's wise thinking. Same thing with your margarines.
So that's all I was about to say. So we have been putting mitigation plans in place, even to bring in raw materials earlier to ensure that, you know, we have production out. But as you know, we always have these hiccups. Sorry, as you all know, we always have these hiccups on the ports and stuff like that. As much as we put mitigations in place to ensure containers come in early, raw materials come in early and everything, we have the delays on the ports and no fault of ours, but we
Yes.
do have the hiccups that is a stumbling block for us. But as I say, we put things in place to ensure, make sure we boost up production and we have everything as much as we could to build stock to ensure that we will have a supply
Well,
and
would,
quality product. As
well,
you
I would
know.
recommend the distributors pass every week. You know, they would know the consumption,
Correct.
and you know, you would know this bakery takes X amount, this bakery takes X amount. Say, listen, you know what I mean? Christmas time is coming. Normally, port is jam up. This is what we have here for you. You know,
So correct, and
So-
not only that, we also have basically our stock year-end stock count. So we usually cut off like the week before Christmas most of the times. The distributors does get a little leeway to thing because bakeries only have so much stock room that they could supply and so much stock they could hold, and even though it's a higher period and their time frame, it's only so much they can stock at a one point in time and their consumption. So they will know their consumption to pull additional stock and all these things. Some bakeries tend to close off during the Christmas period, open back after New Year's. I know there are some bakeries that do that, like the week of or close Christmas Eve and stuff like that. So everybody will know how to manage their stock until we start back delivering. Distributors have stock. They need to make sure that their customers as well have sufficient goods in order to take them through the period.
yes. Pastry's coming out beautiful. Just a little time. Excellent. So we wait right now, folks.
Just a question about the puff pastry, the lamination. It was, what were the layers of how you did them?
The
3 and a
2 by 2. I give 2 roll and fold.
but what is a 3-fold and a 4-fold?
No,
Or
a 3 fold.
So 2 3-folds, a break, and then 2 3-folds.
Yes. Right?
All threes. All right.
Yes, just like that. Fold it and roll it. Turn it. Use the book. Yes. So you get a lot of layering in the pastry. Some people they fold it, and they. I find that's too confusing for the worker. For the worker, right? If I am doing it, it's okay. But I try to make the process as easy for the worker. The steps easy. They don't confuse themselves. Right? Once a pastry has the right amount of water in it, it should laminate, and the resting time is crucial. It should laminate properly.
When you're mixing the pastry dough for puff, so I kind of understand I make a double dough, right?
yes,
I've
no
worked
problem.
out that. But when you're mixing it for puff, you don't put any of the fat in the pastry, in the dough when you're mixing it.
You could put a small percentage, but I didn't put any into this dough, so you will let me know how this comes out.
Right.
But you could
It's
also
a softer
add the rework in the dough, the pieces, the ends from the beef pies. You could add a percentage of that.
And do you mix to get gluten formation, or do you mix
I
before?
in puff pastry you mix to get gluten formation. It's better because what you want is a nice structure when the pastry bakes, right? You want to see the layering, you want to see the airiness in that pastry. Whereas in flaky pastry you look for flakes, right? A crumbling kind of taste when you put it in your mouth. It's two different pastry, two different types.
All right.
But it could be achieved. The flaky pastry, I made flaky pastry with Volumax,
Yeah.
not shortening,
Yeah. Yeah.
with Volumax.
Yeah.
So I know it could work,
No, I did that too. So
right?
I tell the baker that was my nemesis. Today I'm going to forgive it.
Yes. No, but if you want, you could combine the two. You get a better pastry also, right? Because the shortening is really short. That little flaky kind of stuff is designed for that, right? The shortening you'll make more quick breads with the shortening.
Yeah.
So we wait. We wait. Why is that coming out good? And this, if you like how the pastry comes out from just this short session, just imagine how it will come out if it's rested overnight, you prepared, how it will really come out. Come out super. You'll have a really nice product. And if a pastry is baked, made properly, baked properly, and you reheat that, let's say next day, you really wouldn't be able to tell the difference because it's made proper. But if you get a bake, something hard, you ill-treat the pastry, you actually put the dough and flour mixed up like it's biscuit, tomorrow you'll have something like a biscuit or a stone that you're hitting. And people will see a pastry hard.
When you bake the pastry, do you bake it dry? As in, do you bake it, that's the best way I could ask the questions, because I don't bake. I like to make it and give you to bake, right? So you can do it. So some people who like the bread heavy or they like the pastry dry, they allow it to bake to their preference, right? But what's your recommendation for the baking process?
All right, baking is about temperature and time for a product. Now what happens is that there will always be a challenge with persons who buy a frozen product, take it to their home and bake it. There will always be a challenge. One, sometimes people forget the frozen pastry in the car and they run late. And then they say, oh shucks, take it and put it back in the freezer and think that the pastry is okay. The other thing is that people leave that pastry, normal person in a household, they'll leave the pastry on the table to thaw out and they will go and do their washing and all these things, and 2-3 hours after they will come back and that pastry will be dried out. You'll see a scab on top of it, and then they'll put it in the oven to bake, and they'll say, well, that person's pastry is not tasting good. So they ill-treat the product. That's the only disadvantage of having a frozen product out there where someone takes it home to bake. The other thing is that people overbake. The other thing is that people don't, the normal person wouldn't know time and temperature within an oven. So sometimes the oven at home may not be a new one, or it may be a gas oven, it's all different. So the temperature, which sometimes is 350, 400, in a domestic oven, it will be different.
Yeah.
So that is one of the things that they will have to fight up with too. And people would put pastries at 350, and the pastry starts to run oil, and you end up getting a pastry that is uncooked. It tastes rubbery or maybe doughy. You start to see the oil running out before it even really bakes proper. So there's a lot of disadvantages and challenges that you have, but the customer, once they buy it, is in their hands.
But what we do is we need to give them good, clear instructions.
Yes, clear instruction.
So our experience with our customers is that they have a really good experience, because we tell them for the pastry, you come from the freezer to the oven.
Yes.
So we tell them, put on the oven, make sure it reaches the right temperature, take it out of the freezer, put it in the tray, and put it in the oven. So because the ones that have followed the instructions, they have a good experience. And then you can use the air fryer and all those kind of things now. So that allows them to have their convenient of an experience. Yeah, but so persons so far, because the instructions are very clear, and the timings and the temperature and things like that, we've had a good experience from the customer end.
I always recommend that some persons buy a thermometer and put it in your oven.
I was going to suggest that.
Yes, I always.
Yeah, because home ovens are notoriously uncalibrated. They just say it's 450, and for most things it doesn't matter. But if it's things that need precise temperatures, oven temperature, where you know exactly what temperature is inside the oven. Some people don't have temperature gauges; they have like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So it's hot and cool. But where's your hot and where's your cool? If you have a precise temperature and you have a gauge, so you get one that you put inside and you know when you close the oven what temperature you actually have inside it, then that will be that. If you include that in your instructions, for best results, use a temperature gauge. Yeah, that's what I would suggest.
Tip on the packaging.
Yeah, well, what you can do, the bake, Trini bakes, what happens is that you sell Trini bakes thermometers. Right, to ensure perfect, yes, to ensure perfect baking, right? Have a little thermometer, you can bring it and sell to the person. So basically, we are waiting our pastries. If you all want to come around and see, the oven has a light in it, and see how the pastry is raising so far, you can come and view that. Really looks good. The layering of the pastry. Huh? Yeah.
Yeah,
You can see how the layering in the pastry. You can see the layering in the pastry. And it's still in the raising stage. If you look at this one here, you'd see. This is the jam tarts. Seen a lot of layers. So as I said, the beauty in puff pastry is the layering. That's the beauty in it, the layering in puff pastry. So as I said, if it looks good now, just imagine how it would be if it relaxed like overnight in the chiller and bakes next day. It'll be a super product. And it's not hard. The method is not hard, as you will see. You have laminators, you could use your laminator, and just make sure that your margarine, your Polymax, or your shortening is not soft, that it oozes out of the dough. That is a problem. Because when it oozes out, you add extra flour, which change the consistency, the texture of the final product, the pastry. Because you'll just be adding flour, adding a lot of flour, and it's like you making a big stone. It'll become dry and hard. That's what you'll be doing. So we await. We await still. What's that? Wait and trial?
Yes, I wanted to feel a piece of the dough.
The dough. You can take this and carry it home. Put it in a plastic bag.
To do what?
No, well, you will be surprised.
I think we'll take it.
No, this here is money, eh?
Yeah, trust me. I know.
This is money you're watching here. Don't just look this as we work up to put in the garbage. You can make pies with this. You can make currants roll. You can take this, cut it in strips, roll it in cinnamon and sugar and bake it. At the end, put some ice and sugar. You have a tasty treat. You can even roll it with cheese. Roll it out, put cheese, cut it. You could do a lot of things with this. So this is not losses. This is not loss. This is not a throw in the garbage. This is profit. This is why we do not throw away anything in our bakery. We try to maximize on our dough. Because at the end of the day, if you're doing, let's say, 100 pounds of flour and your wastage is between 15 pounds, 20 pounds, you check and see how much product could come from that. So this is money that you will be throwing in the garbage. And a lot of Polymax in this, shortening in this. Huh? Yeah? Yes, because this is rich in fat. Eh? This is rich in fat. You got frightened?
Just watching that, I could separate it.
You could separate it?
You see how much layers are short.
Yes, you could see the layers in it.
You could see the layers. That's what I wanted to do.
So puff pastries is layering, thin layers, layer of dough.
That's what I wanted to see.
So we can make a lot of things with this. Yes, whoever wants it, they can have some. Experiment with it. So we'll have this. Oh yes. Come on, people want to go home? I would say about 15 more minutes, people, before we taste our lovely pastry. 15 more minutes. So in that 15 minutes, I will do a slight wash up. We can have a little exchange, of numbers, and so we can all have some technical, advice and what happens. We can share, network during that time. Information is not for ourselves. We all operate in different places, We have different clients, different customers. It's not to say I try to take your customers in tongue. Yes, we have a fair share. We don't want to play greedy. We can share our information. Each and every one of us have unique products, unique business. So I think we could, network and share information. And not only that, in times of crisis, we could lean on one another, call and see Who really? Borrow a cup of sugar. We could direct you where the sugar is. Could direct you. So I'm just going to wash up and just give me 15 minutes and then we'll cut the product, we'll taste the product and we will see, you know, how the day went with the products. Okay? So I need to cut. Yeah. flakes in it. Let me see this one here. It could still take some more baking, but I know for pressing of time. Whew. In the fridge. Right, so this really is the puff pastry with the Volumax. If you look at, you'd see the layering in the pastry. Even when you touch it, it has a crust flakes. So it is workable. If you look at the beef pies, how it raised, you'll see the layering. As I said, the beauty in it is the layering of puff pastry. But these things are super hot. So you all let me know how, cameraman, you could zoom in and see the quality of the product. So don't be afraid to use your Volumax and your shortening. It's right here from CGA. Right? So you have an option. You have an option. You could slice up some so everybody got a glide. Yeah, cameraman. It's very hot. So you can see what it's like in the inside. Right, so this is our, what you're looking for, as I said, the layering, the flakiness in the pastry also. Now, how do you know when a pastry is baked properly? You will hardly see the dough. Here will be dough if it's not cooked properly. So what you're looking for is a proper ring you're seeing in the pastry. Yeah. And you can see how flaky, how much layers the pastry has. So we have this here for all those Apple folks. Very hot. Cut it off. I mean, we have some more pies there in the, but some people could all take it, all of this syrup, a piece of apple. So this is your product. Taste the pastry and not the filling. You'll see what the pastry tastes like if it has enough salt in it, you know, if it has enough sugar in it. Okay. Right? Yeah. So you can taste and see if it needs a little more salt or. So it was one tablespoon of salt that was used in the pastry. So I think 1 tablespoon to 5 pounds of flour. So I think you could increase it, right? You can increase it, maybe put either 2 or 1.5 tablespoons. But remember also with your pies, like the beef pies and stuff, it will be, because the beef have salt in it, it may just balance. So according to what filling you're putting in. Could be about maybe an ounce. Yeah.
How much tablespoon is it?
1 tablespoon of salt. The salt should be about 1.5% of the dough. Not sugar, not salt. Could be yeast, a pack of yeast. This sausage is only 11 grams. Salt is heavier. Right? So, folks, so what I'm saying, you know, we have come to the end of our session. You all saw the puff pastry.
Then I don't need more salt, just a little more sugar to
Yes.
balance it out.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? Because when I taste it with the sweets, it's the salt sugar balance.
So you saw the pastry. Pastry came out excellent, as I said.
And
Imagine if you leave it overnight and bake it in the morning. You'll have a really light pastry that when you bite it, it's air you're biting. All right. Yes. So in the next session, we will, as she said, we will work with some fruits to make some fruit cake, a light fruit cake. Yeah. The fruit cake, it came out, the loaf came out really nice. You know, the cake by itself, what happened is that because of the amount of fruit that was in the cake, I think it had a lot of air in and helped that cake raise properly. But because it was just a plain cake, it was more dense. It didn't have enough air within it to raise. So I do hope that you all were satisfied. I hope that you all enjoyed the few hours, the demo. And I hope that you all will be ordering from Hannah the Bake Right Shortening and Volume Max. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try your puff pastry margarine versus your Bake Right Shortening and Volume Max and compare. And compare. And then you'll be able to choose which one you'll go with. But anyone will work.
Just well done. Well done, chef.
Yes. Thank you. We still have a little more product here. Also we have some fruit, well, chilled stuff. Take the chill out of the beef pies. So maybe they can put in the raw beef pies. So that's it. Okay, so I thank each and everyone for coming out. On behalf of CGA, we would like to expressly thank you all. And we do hope that, this little session will benefit you all in the future. Okay? Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, everyone, again for coming out today to support on this training session. Hope everything went well and it was informative. Look forward to seeing you all again in the next session. Any issues, you all have my card. Feel free to contact me. Any problems, any different supplies, anything you all want. I'm here. You all can reach out to me, and we are here to serve you all as best as we can. As I said, thank you again for coming out and supporting. And I hope you all enjoyed today's session.
Yes, we did.
Take care and good afternoon, everyone.